So just for the record, in case we have a quorum, you can see the people on the screen, and our clerk will add it to the minutes if you can't hear this. So in any case, we had no public comment for the record. We're in the process of drafting a letter to the planning board, urging them to take into account economic benefit to the town. It's a little complicated because 99% of planning board stuff is technical things, right? Setbacks and all that. But there may be a couple opportunities where we can insert some urging to take that into account. So more to come on that. We added a reference to state funding to the 350th celebration objective. We are in the process on items number 24 and actually 25 letters. I think you saw went out to the select board, the 350th celebration committee, and the schools. We received a quick reply from the schools, but I've asked for more detail because basically they suggested that we go to a bunch of their past meetings. They provided links and get that information ourselves individually. And I suggested to them, maybe that's not very helpful for 15 folks to individually go. So hopefully they will come back with a bit of a response that actually helps answer the questions that we asked. Okay, so more to come on that. Steve, where do we stand on reviewing the education slides? Item number 26.
That's probably going to be done by Monday or Tuesday.
Excellent. And Lindsay, I think you circulated item number 27, so we'll mark that off as complete. Steve has the excess levy capacity, so we'll mark that off as complete. And Steve sent a copy of the letter back to Mr. Plodsky. He was suggesting some different arrangements for health benefits. So Steve will circulate your reply to everybody on FinCom as part of the next packet.
Okay.
Long story short, go ahead.
You're going to do that, or do you want me to?
Oh, you go ahead and do that.
Okay.
And if you can give people 2 sentences about what the status is to his suggestion, that would be great.
Okay.
No, like your reply back. We're looking into a suggestion, right? About switching cooperative.
You want the whole email thread distributed, or just a?
Well, the whole email thread, but right now, I think the status is that we're in one purchasing group. We are looking to move to another purchasing group, but there are some issues to be worked out,
Right.
particularly around cost and any. It's like the football conferences and the college conferences. There's a cost to exit, apparently. We've got to figure out the cost to exit. Long story short.
What's actually happening right now is that alternatives are being explored.
Okay.
And there's no conclusion at this point as to whether there is an acceptable alternative out there. But there's going to be a cost to leaving the consortium that the town belongs to now.
Right.
And that's going to have to be managed in some way if it happens.
Perfect. Thank you. And you'll see the long thread that gets into more detail. There was no chair's breakfast because it's coming up soon. Any updates from the liaisons? Instead of going around, I'm just going to look at heads and see if anybody has updates. I don't see any, so we're going to now move on to
Peggy.
Oh, Peggy.
Yeah,
Peggy, go.
very briefly. The CMAT is asking, this is the Community Preservation Committee. The deadline is tomorrow. Today they got a request for, well, I'm gonna look to Kathy Kuplo, she's here. Adding affordable SHI units by implementing HPP production products. And that's 500,000. It's a big number for CPC. That came in today. I haven't seen it. And the other thing the other big application that came in today was the school building committee looking for 250,000 for the new middle school. It's 15% of a total project. I was unable to get the entire application to understand what the project is and what the 15% of that project is. Apparently, the schools will pay for the other 85%. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Peggy. Carlin?
I also watched the Concord Housing Authority meeting today, and they voted to send a $400,000 request to CPC to purchase a condominium, an affordable condominium to add to their SHI, to add to their portfolio of affordable housing. So that's another 400,000 about housing going to CPC.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I-
Now,
I'm sorry. Um, this is a busy time for CPC. Between now and our next meeting, they will have 2 meetings and also a site visit where they go to all those sites on September 23rd. I'll be out of the country. I won't be able to go to those. So if someone else would like to, that's fine. If not, I think that's fine too.
okay, we'll see if anybody goes.
Okay.
All right, let's go to one of the 2 main topics, Hilltop Securities. So are you gonna share, Steve, or do you want me to share? How do you guys want to do that?
By the
This
way,
is,
I still have that meeting is being recorded, covering pretty much everything on my screen.
it's being recorded.
Yeah, but she's saying the
She's saying
box
she
is
can't
up
see it,
screen.
yeah.
Okay, oh, all right, I fixed it. Never mind.
That's at your end, yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. Got it.
Okay, that's why we haven't paid our bill. That's why we don't have the electricity either.
Well,
I just got a notice saying the free meeting will end in 10 minutes. The
Oh.
meeting host needs to upgrade to a paid account.
Uh-oh.
well, I'm in Vermont, well, a huge thunderstorm. I'm in
So you
Vermont,
got 2 minutes.
in the middle of a huge
I'm
thunderstorm.
actually not
So,
joking. This is what I've got here.
Yeah, if I disappear, it's the.
I-
It's a good way to keep us on.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Going that way.
Okay.
Can you, Eric, check with them? And it's like, that's why I can't be the host. Somebody else needs to be the host.
Yeah.
I have
All
a
right.
just a free account. here.
Sorry,
Yeah, most of us just have free accounts, right?
I had it.
Yeah.
Start, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right, Steve and Peter, Peter, why don't you introduce yourself, and Steve, let's throw his presentation up.
Well, good evening,
You'll have
everybody.
to speak directly into the mic for us. Thanks.
Can you hear me now? Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak with this committee again. I've had the privilege of working with the town of Concord now for almost 37 years. And it's been a real pleasure. I work with about 80 other Massachusetts municipalities, helping them in all facets of capital borrowing. And I was invited tonight to provide some information about the borrowing status of the town, which I'm happy to do. To the extent that I haven't captured in this short presentation the information that you think would be most beneficial, let me know, and we'll get that information for you. The other thing that I would offer offline or in small groups, if there's any appetite for a tutorial on the borrowing process or getting into some of the weeds in terms of the issues associated, we're always happy to do that as well. So with that, if we could advance the slide, as you probably know, the town in June issued the largest bond issue in its history, almost $60 million, primarily for the middle school, but there were a number of other school and water and road type projects associated with that. And as part of that borrowing process, every time the town comes to market with a bond issue, they have to go out and get a bond rating. And typically, the bond rating agency that the town uses is Moody's Investors Service. There's also Standard & Poor's on occasion that's also one of the leaders in terms of bond rating agencies in the state. And in that process, essentially what you're doing is the finance team of the town makes a presentation to Moody's Investors Service on everything in terms of the details of a particular transaction, as well as information on the finances, the economy, and I'll get into that of those major factors in a minute. But what comes out of that process is essentially an opinion of the rating agency as to the creditworthiness of the issuer, you, the issuer. And that grade essentially that you get helps the market participants, underwriters, and investors determine what the price of your bond should be based on sort of the relative risk of Concord's issue versus all the other rated issues out there. And so it helps the market in terms of establishing those interest rates. It's important to know that that rating is paid for by the town, but when you think about it, it's really for the protection of the investor, because that helps them in sort of a summary way figure out what kind of risk reward there is with respect to investing. The major credit factors that they look at, and you can see sort of on the slide what the relative weighting is of those factors in the total rating. Economy and tax base, that would be things like employment or unemployment, any sort of economic factors on a local, regional, and national basis that they're looking at. They're also looking at your tax base. Is it growing? Is it shrinking? Are folks moving in or out? What's happening with residential real estate or commercial real estate in the town? Management, and that's about 20% of the score. That's not just the resumes of the financial managers. It's also the policies, procedures, and practices that the town has developed. And the rationale is managers come and go. But from a credit perspective, if a town has well-established policies and procedures, it can weather those changes or sometimes interruptions.
Can I just make one interruption?
Absolutely.
Steve, are you signed on as the finance department? Or is that Lori? Who's signed on as the finance department?
Who signed on as the finance department?
I did. That's you. Okay.
Never mind. Please proceed.
Sure. So the next category would be they look at your finances and essentially they break it down into three subcategories, sort of your financial performance. That would be sort of, are you generating surpluses on an annual basis, deficits, or are you sort of swing back and forth? They're looking for financial flexibility. That sort of captures what kind of reserve position do you maintain. Remember that these ratings are sort of what they're trying to do for the investor is say, you know, this community has the wherewithal to survive and continue to pay on time and in full those bond payments. And so the fact that you have a financial cushion is important to them. And so that would be the financial flexibility component. And then you've got liquidity, and essentially that's how readily available are resources in the event of some unforeseen situation where you can meet those debt service payments as well as all of your other obligations. So that's sort of a quick look at the finances. What I've been asked to come to talk about is sort of the debt status, and that's the next major factor. And so they look at your debt and contingent liabilities, and the contingent liabilities would be your unfunded pension funding schedule and the progress that you make on that, as well as the OPEB or other post-employment benefit liability and how you're amortizing that over time. So when we're talking about what the rating agencies are looking at with respect to your debt, they're not just looking at the total amount of debt you have outstanding. They're looking at the debt outstanding as well as what prospective debt there is. What do you have in your capital plan? And trying to understand what are the sources of revenue that are going to be able to support that debt. And again, we can, in another setting, provide you any sort of any way you want it sliced in terms of your existing debt. But typically they're looking at, okay, what component of your debt has been excluded from Proposition 2.5? You have a debt exclusion. You've essentially voted, the town's voted to set aside funds or at least raise funds in order to support certain projects. And you've certainly been successful in that with a number of large, typically your school projects. They're also looking at what's enterprise supported or self-supporting, because again, that for your water, sewer, electric, and certain recreation debt, you guys have carved out a different revenue source other than taxation to support those, which the rating agencies are looking at, particularly in a Proposition 2.5 environment where there are constraints on what you can raise through taxation. And the final category, obviously, is that tax supported debt within the levy limit. And obviously, those dollars that are going towards debt service are competing with all the other dollars in your operating budget. You folks are very strong credit-wise in every category, but the fact that you have sizable unused levy capacity, you have the ability to raise additional dollars without having to do an override or a debt exclusion is
per capita, one person saying nominal, one saying real. It seems as though we're all over the map, where I think all this data is being used and should be used.
I
And
think
maybe I'm
we're
not
in
expressing myself correctly. I'm just saying
it's a democracy. We're having a conversation about
So
it.
it's-
You know,
so you're
I don't
saying-
think,
Yeah, well, let me see if I understand what you're saying, that instead of having these high-low, let's just say these are all, like, these are the various data points that we're considering and we will consider when we,
I don't know if there's one right data.
right, these are the various data points, or
share the guidelines, I actually came in with a proposal to actually have one number that would be a combination of the two. Because I was in my mind thinking an analog to the SGR, which was always one number. And the committee at that time, we may feel differently, it's a different group, felt like, hey, one number is not quite right. What's the weighting that you use? Do you weigh them 50-50, 80-20, et cetera? And as a result, felt that we ought to consider two data points. Maybe part of the concern folks have is we're calling them guardrails. Somehow we came up with that methodology. We came up with that because we called them guardrails last year, I think. Maybe that wasn't the right term. Maybe I think we're trying to use metrics this year.
and I don't
Right.
even think we liked it last year.
We didn't
that
like it
calling it
last year
guardrails.
either, right? So that conversation came up. And so now I think Lindsay just said, these are two data points that we as a committee can decide. These are fine. There are others that people can come up with. And when it comes to actually setting the guidelines, nothing stops us from considering other points that come along the way, including, I think Chris mentioned unemployment and a bunch of other things we had used in the past. So just provide that context and hopefully that gets people more comfortable around two metrics versus either one number. But on the other hand, if everybody feels like we ought to come up with a number, then I would suggest those that would like to do that propose a method.
I totally agree with that statement. I think guardrails was the wrong term. So I would.
Yeah.
If we use both of these numbers, it's not a guardrail. We're going to stay, like, I've always been thinking of, we're going to stay within that. That's why my comment was like, okay, what's the bottom one? You know, if we go below it. I think these are both great data points to show to the public, like, hey, we're going to put it at, 2.0, for example, And level services growth, yeah, is higher than that, but yeah, and personal income is, we're shifting a little down toward what your personal income growth is. But I think calling them metrics, Prashant, I like that term, the metrics that we're gonna use rather than define one single number, because I think your point, like, is one single number is hasn't been cutting it for us, and it's very hard to boil down to.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree. I think the terminology, calling them metrics, I'm not coming up with another way to put it, but essentially this is information about what a reliable source like the CBO is telling us is likely to happen during the upcoming fiscal year. So they're not guardrails in the sense that we are prohibited from going in one direction, going below or above this range. But I think they do create a context for the real decision we make in a couple months, which is the guidelines. So I think it's important that this be part of our process. I agree with you, Greg, the label guardrails, it's confusing and it sounds too much like guidelines, and that's not what we're talking about. Guidelines has a separate meaning in this context. So I have no problem with changing the terminology.
With that in mind, I would propose that we also relabel the columns. I think the blue column is inflation. It is the inflation that's specific to the kind of spending the town and schools have.
Yep.
So, and I think that's a little bit easier to
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
grasp.
that's good.
And then the right could be income growth. And I would argue it should include inflation. Pulling it out of that doesn't, to me, really resonate. So we'd be talking about two data points that would be pretty close together, that would really reinforce perhaps a single number that we might come up with ultimately.
So Don, what if we had, sorry, Lois. So what if we had three, right? So again, these are data points, right? That's what they are.
Yeah, but
So-
they're the two sides, right? The income
Yep.
and the inflation.
Right, but if you wanted to show the whatever it is, the 1.7, the lower number, and show the 3 point, I think it was 3.3, 3.6, that's the nominal number. Why couldn't we do that?
Or the
What's the-
3.35
can you-
nominal personal income growth per capita?
Yes.
Is that the one you're
Is
saying?
that,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
one, what one, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
as
the
well?
335.
Yeah.
Can you help me to understand the relevance of the real income growth? When we're talking about the income coming into the households, it includes inflation,
Mhm.
right? The ability to pay includes the growth in our pay.
Well, it's
that-
just your real purchasing power. That's all it's telling you,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Yeah,
That's really all it's
Yeah.
telling us. It's a
It's-
real
it's really-
purchasing power. Is it up or down?
Yeah.
Right?
exactly.
Yeah.
And it has to do with that, as I understand it, and somebody better jump in and correct me if I'm saying this wrong, because I could easily be saying this wrong, is that the 3.35 includes inflation in the number. So what that 1.79 is really additional discretionary income
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
than,
Yes,
Yeah,
and so
just-
can I just one more thing. So I like this purchasing power. So it's like, what can the taxpayer absorb without their purchasing power eroding? That's how I think about it,
I think
right?
that's very
Isn't
well
that
put.
right?
I
Lindsay.
That
think so.
1.79
Yeah.
or the 1.0, you know?
I think
yeah.
that we could go 1.79 above the 366 without eroding our purchasing power. Because that's the growth in income above the rate of inflation.
Yeah.
So while we have two different measures of inflation here,
So you don't
The-
think the 1.79 is in the 3.35?
Could
It
you
is.
say
it
it
is, I
is?
think it is.
It
but
is.
It's a different metric of inflation to say, well, you actually, after inflation, you have 1.79. So I would look at that against growth in services above a level services budget.
But isn't, if I understand what you said correctly, 1.79 could be interpreted as being in addition to 3.66. How would I translate that into the source of this data? Something's missing in that comment.
Well, by definition, the real number, the 1.79, is the nominal less inflation.
Correct.
So we're saying the inflation metric that's relevant for this exercise is 3.66 because that is the 80% weighted toward personnel.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So so let's forget about the inflation figure that's the difference between the nominal personal income and real personal income. That's not relevant to this discussion.
I don't
the-
agree with you, Don. I think it is relevant to this discussion because I think we're talking about the 3.66 is talking about cost growth, and the budgets are managing future expenditures. So it's a figure we need to be aware of as we evaluate the requests that are being made by the budgeting entities for increases in spending. But if we ignore the income growth figures, then we're leaving the ability to pay piece of it out of the equation completely.
Oh, that's
And
not
I
what
don't.
that's not what I said. That's not what I meant. I meant
Okay.
the real number to me, it doesn't relate. The nominal personal income growth does.
Let me just provide a little bit of a framework, right? I think maybe this might help. There's no right answer, so I'm just going to ask the question. Philosophically, do we think that Concord residents are paying the right share of their income for property taxes, right? And if the answer is yes, then you might say, well, okay, if inflation for these services is going to go up 3.66, then we should go ahead and set the guidelines in the future at 3.66, and regardless of and without context of what's happening to their nominal income.
Well,
Right. Hold on.
Well,
okay.
Let me finish because
Okay.
That would keep your share of property taxes equal relative to what's going on. But on the other hand, if you feel like, hey, wait a minute, we want to have the residents pay a little bit less and maybe use that money for more savings or put that aside, then you might say, well, what's going on with their real personal income growth? And maybe you want to keep spending a little bit closer to that level so that they get more back. Does that help explain why I think it's important to consider income? The question is whether we ought to use nominal or real.
Just to answer your question, does that make sense? No.
No.
Because your premise was if we're spending the right proportion of our income, you said that
The
we
appropriate. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but
right,
yeah.
then we should only look at the level services cost growth. I would say, no, then we should only look at the growth in real, in nominal income. So.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, Prasher, the other reason why I think maybe just looking at that way is simplistic, and I missed the last meeting, so I missed the nuance in the conversation there. I understand the select board is also looking at changing people's tax rate based on things other than the rate in growth of the income or the rate in growth of level services. Therefore, there's at least one other variable out there.
There's tons of
Are you
variables.
are you
I don't know
talking
that we can
about
account for them all. And again, this is just some to the wind to try to get some data points of what do we think the appropriate guideline ought to be later. So
do most people think that the two that Don is proposing would be okay? You want to try that first and then see? I mean, you
so
can
Don,
always-
restate.
So-
Don, restate. what
I'm
you're
saying
Say what
that
you
we use as our basis of our number, the growth of inflation that is relevant to our spending.
3.66. That's
And the
metric
growth in
one.
income. That is 3.35. And we say those are the two data points we consider in determining. how much-
3.35.
So they're right around
Okay.
each other, the two numbers.
Yeah. Again, I'm fine with whether it's nominal or real. There's a case to be made, in my opinion, to go with real, but if folks want to go with nominal, that's fine. I've got Eric and then I've got Carlin, and I don't know if anyone remote would like to say something.
I
And
have a
is the
question.
goal
Well,
is the goal is the hope that we'll vote on the metrics themselves, the specific target numbers, or the approach? Kind
Well,
of
well,
frame-
both,
Both.
because once the approach is done, then it's a matter of Lindsay's
Yeah.
Okay.
spreadsheet, and these will be the numbers. Now, if CBO comes out with another update, we could always look at it again, but I don't think they're gonna come out with one until December or January.
Yeah.
Carlin and then Amrith.
In looking at Lindsay's spreadsheet, which when I printed out was about 20 pages long,
Don't print it.
it is complicated, it is tangled. But what I figured out was that the 20-80% split will need to be adjusted to
Yeah.
reflect the upcoming year. So that the upcoming year, am I correct that it may not be exactly a 20-80, which may change the numbers slightly?
Slightly.
Slightly, I
The
mean,
blue bar,
Slightly.
yeah.
very slight, if
That's
it may be
fine.
rounding error, to
Yes.
be honest, last year it was rounding
Yeah,
error.
With that in mind, I'm comfortable with Don's approach. I very much like what John had said about it there being data points as metrics. Again, I don't like the phrase guardrails, but right about with the numbers that we have, that the methodology creates that we have right now, that may still need to be revised depending on updated variables. I'd go with what Don says.
And Amrith.
Just a question. Maybe I'm not helping converge this conversation. This is probably going to diverge. If we were to take the numbers off these charts, would we have the same impressions about which numbers we want to use or which metrics we want to use? The sense, are we over biasing on the fact that 3.66 is near 3.35 and 1.79 closer to 1? Let's remove the numbers and see which ones would we want to take.
I mean, I think philosophically, we ought to look at both sides, the spend and the income.
Yeah.
That's my personal belief, and that's what we came down to last year. I'm looking around the room. Do we agree that we ought to look at both sides, both costs and income?
Yes.
So answer your
Yes.
question, Amrith, at least in the room, I got a lot of nodding heads.
And as a process point, we're gonna get kicked off again in 7
Yeah,
minutes.
no, I know. So I'm gonna look for it. So it sounds like there's a consensus around using nominal personal income growth per capita and using what we're calling level services, but we'll call it inflation, but the 80-20.
Actually, I'd rather stay with level services cost growth, because I think inflation means inflation rates get reported
Means different things for
at different levels, and it means different things for different people. This was a calculation we did based on the data from the CBO that we felt reflected the anticipated cost growth that would be required to maintain level services. So I don't want to change that. I think that just creates more confusion because the inflation rate of 3.66 won't match what it said in the New York Times last week, and that will confuse people.
Lois, but what if somebody says, well, we know what the level services cost growth is. It's what is in the budget request. Because that is very specific.
No, but Don, the
This is a
budget
benchmark.
request may be 2%, 5%, or 40%. When we are considering what we're going to do, we're trying to look beyond that and say, okay, the town would like the ability to spend lots and lots of money. We want to put that request in the context of some more objective criteria, and this is the best we can do, 3.66. So I don't agree with you. The budget requests do not define reality. You know how budgeting processes work.
Okay,
We
hold
need a
on.
larger
Hold on,
context
hold
within
on.
which to evaluate. them.
Lindsay might have a compromise. So
Yeah,
Lindsay's got
well,
a suggestion.
Could we have inflation with a modifier, like inflation relevant to town, relevant to Concord's expenses or something? Something that gives a sense that it's as a calculated number based on lots of different types of inflation for goods versus
Yeah, that's
services
fine.
versus.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
fine.
Okay, so before we get kicked off, can I get a quick motion in less than 3 minutes? Because we have 6 minutes to do what Don suggested. Don, you want to make that motion?
I move that we adopt two numbers, two
Two
metrics,
metrics.
one that represents the relevant inflation, and the other that represents the nominal income growth,
Per capita.
personal income growth per capita.
And I'll also make
And-
it clear these are projections, because I
Yeah.
think I don't
Yeah.
do enough of that either.
I think that's a great suggestion. And I think that the way the materials are presented should include, just the way we're going to clarify the meaning of level services cost growth, we should do a little clarification of what we mean by nominal personal income growth, because that's going to confuse people too. So we should define our terms a little bit.
Personal income growth per capita, to be very clear.
Right.
We'll do per
Yeah.
capita.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's better.
All right. Do I get a second?
Second.
I have a second.
It's okay.
All right, what's that?
No, I was just gonna say, I still like the lower one, but I can go with it.
Yeah.
I
Again,
don't
Yeah.
think, yeah,
Sorry?
I mean, I feel like I'm Sisyphus here because I'm not quite, none of this really is set in stone and we can use whatever we want. So I don't really like going along just to go along. And I feel like the real is how last year, we were all worried about what the town people could afford or felt like they could afford to pay. And that's really what the real number does, is it gives you a sense of, can I afford more?
Yes.
And so it's how it works.
Well,
It's,
to be very clear, I'm not you vote your conscience,
Conscience.
John.
Yeah.
You vote your conscience here. And we will all consider whatever metric and factors we want to use when it comes to the guidelines. And just like last year, we had people on both sides, and that's perfectly okay. We're supposed to be representing the town and through our own, which is what we think is best. So I'm not looking for unanimity. I want people to vote the way they feel.
Got it.
Okay, I'm only doing this for, and we could talk more, but we're gonna talk. Just say, we spent an hour, I think, maybe a little bit more last year. Never mind the hour we spent. So we can go around on this because there's no right answer.
2 minutes and 51
What?
seconds.
I would like to know, I'm sorry, what exactly?
Hold on, Peggy.
Since we're having metrics now, is there any, can we have can we have three?
Why
Like,
couldn't we have
because
three?
we're just gonna use this information to.
Yes, we can have three.
Right, so if
Want
we're just
three.
agreeing on that, why can't we just add the
We
third?
can add a
You don't
third.
have to put it in the chart together. I get your point about it's maybe not comparable, but it's
Points
another
of
fact.
information.
But even there, it's
It's-
information for us to look at.
Exactly. It's a
Okay,
data
so-
point that we can look to that I
Yeah.
think makes sense.
Why?
So when we
Yeah, I
get
agree
cut
with that.
off, sign back in.
Okay. Is it
All right.
Well, we have 2 minutes, so I want to do this cleanly rather than get cut off. Are there other points people want to make? Otherwise, I'll take a motion to
Well, if
amend the
we do the
motion.
three,
Yeah.
we do the real personal income growth per capita
That's
or,
what I think.
okay, which would be
Yes.
1%.
Which would be 1%. Okay, so procedurally, do we have to have three
He has to amend his motion.
So can you amend your motion?
If you don't,
I
Yeah,
amend my motion to have three metrics. One is representing inflation that's appropriate to our spending. And then two that are about the income growth. One is inclusive of inflation, which is say nominal, and the other that is excludes inflation, which is real.
Second.
We'll relabel them. In the
per capita.
right.
per capita.
Okay,
All right, I
Second.
second.
perfect. So if we
Let's
can
go.
do this in a minute, okay. Lois.
Should-
Oh,
Yes.
no, you were gonna ask your question. I don't want to.
No. I want to do the vote because I'm going to get kicked off in 1
Okay,
minute
so
and 5
Lois,
seconds.
D.
I vote for the three metrics.
Okay, Lindsay,
Yes.
and who else? Amrith,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes,
Quasi, are you still on? I can't quite see. No, okay, so Chris,
Yes.
John,
yes.
Carlin, Greg,
Yes.
Don,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Prosher, yes. All right, thank you very much for the discussion. I appreciate that we were able to get to some consensus, so that's great. We're gonna get kicked off. I do want to go, before we go, there's a couple things we need to discuss, the calendar. So I talked about that last time. We have two proposals.
Should we sign off and then?
Yeah, we're
do
gonna
that?
sign off and do that, but we're gonna go straight to the committee calendar, and then I think we'll be able to get out here right of a monkey wrench into what we were going to propose, but here's what I'm gonna throw up there. We could talk a little bit about it and then set this in stone so that both the schools and the town have a sense of when they're gonna come in, okay? So just to orient everybody, this is option one. I know it didn't print out too well. If you printed it out, we just are wrapping up the 7th. 2 weeks from now, the town and the school are gonna come in with very high level projected revenues the town is for fiscal year 25. And basically review what's going on in the current fiscal year. So that'll give us a good sense of what our current spending looks like, town and school for 24. And oh, by the way, what does the town revenue look like for 25? Again, that'll be another metric or factor that we all kind of decide what we think the guidelines ought to come in. Now, the next meeting after that, October 19th, is now tentative because we're moving some of this stuff around. We may not need that meeting. The next meeting would be the 26th. And that one would be when they actually come in with their first set of 5-year projections for revenue from the town, as well as cost and school for the schools and the town. Okay, so again, that wouldn't necessarily be the fiscal year 25 budget, but hey, this is kind of where we think we are. Oh, by the way, here's what we expect for cost growth for the next 4 years also. Okay. Now, we have on November 16th, our public forum on the capital plan. Go ahead.
The town manager had some feedback on that date. She thought that what we
On
have
the
listed
16th?
there on option one
On the 16th?
on the 16th
Okay.
is an extremely heavy lift for that meeting, and she proposed that everything beyond the presentation of the CIP proposals be moved to the 27th.
Right. And the reason, so that was one option. The other option we explored was to actually move that to November 9th, as you can see here on option 2. The challenge with option 2 is Carrie's not going to be here.
Correct.
She's
I
out.
don't think, I don't think, can't follow what you're doing, but maybe you can just tell us sort of what you recommend and what's going to be different, because these things you can't really follow. I don't.
I know, that's why I'm throwing it up on the screen, but
Yeah.
what we originally had, Chris,
Yeah,
was end of September and end of October is when the budgets would come in.
right.
Okay, we're now shifting that
By
Oh.
2 weeks,
by a month.
a month. Okay.
Okay, that's what's going on. Now, instead of what the schools want to do is have us discuss on November 16th, everything. The budgets and the
And the
and that
construction, yeah.
wasn't gonna work.
Right.
So what I had thought alternatively is let's get the budgets in on November 7th. Okay, but that can't work because Carrie's not around.
Okay.
That's what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, so because she's not around, what I think they're suggesting is to actually have the school and the towns come in on Monday, the 27th,
What month?
November,
November.
November.
the Monday after Thanksgiving, to be very clear to everybody. And at that meeting, we would hear from the school and the towns around their budget. We would have already set the preliminary guidelines the previous month. And that night, we would then vote on the final guidelines. That's what that means.
At the same meeting.
The same meeting, because the final guidelines have to be set by November 29th. So we could come back the next day, maybe over beer and pizza, and set the guidelines, but the proposal is to set them that same night.
That's pretty tough.
I understand
That's
that.
really hard.
That's
I know,
why,
It's not great.
it's not great.
Yeah.
But, we could stick to what we have today. And on the one hand, the town and the schools will tell you, well, that's way too early in the process. The numbers will change substantially. We're trying to accommodate that request and we run into this wall.
What
here.
if we didn't have the CIP discussion on the 16th? Would we be able to do it then?
We,
Yeah, the
we-
construction, what are they,
we-
the capital forum, I should call it.
yeah, well, we could, but we'd have to find another date.
Wouldn't that be easier to move than screwing around with the guidelines presentations? Could we find another date for that?
I
we
really
could-
would prefer that. I
Sorry?
think that's a much better, I think that's a better approach.
So I could go back to.
What about when do they have their first capital meeting? Do you know?
They've
when
canned it. This is the
that's
first
just
and
the
then the
first.
second one's in
So could
December.
we do the 19th for that?
Of what?
October.
Of October.
Get it done early? Could they
I
be
don't
ready?
think they're not gonna be ready then, based on everything I've heard. So we could try, what is the 11th, like the day after Carrie comes back?
November 11th?
November 11th, what date is it? November 11th?
That's a
Saturday.
holiday.
We could try the Saturday.
Well, wait, I mean,
Veterans Day.
come on, she's coming back from vacation. How useful will that be?
Well, so what I can do, here's what I can do, is because we can go round. The 16th is a Saturday. We could have the budget discussion on the 16th, and I can ask whether we can do the capital forum Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for us.
Wait,
November 16th?
November
What are you talking
16th
about?
is a Thursday.
Thursday, yeah, Thursday. So we could try Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that week for the capital forum.
One of those days.
I don't know the dates, but one of those dates.
13th, 14th, and 15th of November?
Yeah. I'm looking around the room here. You want me to ask them?
Yeah.
Steve, did you get that? November 13th, 14th, or 15th for the capital planning forum is the alternative, and that would mean
On the 27th, we have a full.
we still have the meeting to set the guidelines.
Right.
But on the 16th is when they would come in with the budgets. Alexa, I know if you're still on Zoom, Alexa, hopefully you can kind of see, we're trying to do what we can, but what we're running into. So you might have to come in on the 16th. I see thumbs up, an animated thumbs up, so I'm assuming that's good. It's being recorded.
That would be excellent. I mean, we would be, I think, speak for everybody comfortably saying that actually that's what we proposed. So I know we could do it. So yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll try to move up, and if we can't move the forum for some reason, then do I have everybody's sort of understanding?
The forum doesn't have a hard deadline like the
No.
guidelines do, so we.
Yeah,
could move
the
it-
forum should be
we could do it in
moved.
December, we could do it in January.
Well, no, hold on, because there's a second forum, as you can see on December 4th, which is where they approve the capital plan.
Okay, well, somewhere between then and, well, maybe they can move that. You know, people are asking us to move our dates. Maybe we could ask them to move theirs, right?
I will ask. All I can do is ask. There are higher powers than the finance committee.
Mine are all in pencil.
Sorry, what was that?
All my entire calendar is in pencil.
Oh, yours is in pencil. Okay, that's good. All right, so to recap very quickly, we're gonna ask the capital forum to be moved.
Right.
We will stick to November 16th on option 1. Obviously, 26th is what it is.
Yep.
And then we will hear back from select board. I'm hoping that we get that done early next week. We can lock in our calendars. We will change
You'll
any
send out
calendar
a
invites.
new One to us.
Yes,
so we
you
just
will
know-
send out a new one. We will update the meeting invites too,
Yeah.
because they're all on our calendars. Okay?
Yes.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Update on the follow-up items. The only ones I have are Lindsay's gonna update the chart. I'm gonna work with the select board to update this calendar, circulate it around to everybody, get new invites out. And we have to approve the minutes. So let me throw up the minutes and we'll get out of here as soon as we can. After that, anybody have some color commentary they want to add while I figure out where I'm, oh, there we are. Stop the share. Okay. Anybody have comments on the minutes?
I do.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead and start. Dee, are you there?
I'm here, but please, tell me what lines you're talking about on the minutes, if you can. Or
There's no
just,
numbers.
I'm sorry, who's the first person speaking?
Harlan.
Okay.
Carlin.
Dee, what I'm going to suggest is the addition of the link to the MMN's playlist for all of the FinCom videos. So it's a one-time addition to the minutes. And the link itself, I've sent it already to Lori. She has it. I can send it to you as well. But MMN has put all of the FinCom videos of these meetings in one easy to find spot. So I'll send you the link as well. So that's what, and it would be a place that you could put at the bottom of each of the minutes going forward. That's my suggestion.
And I have
Okay.
one. Peggy, this, or Dee, this is Prasher.
Yep.
Under others attending, can we add Mary Hartman, Select Board?
Others attending on these minutes.
Well, on June 22nd, Mary Hartman was
June
there.
22nd. Okay, add Mary. Okay.
Anything else? Can I get a motion?
I move to
move we
approve
approve
the
the
minutes of the meeting for June 22nd as written and with the amendments proposed.
Second,
And
All
who
in
was that? Who was that?
that was
Sorry,
Chris.
this is Amrit.
That was
Amrit.
Amrit made the
Okay.
motion and I seconded D.
Okay.
All right, Greg,
Yes.
Don,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Prasher, yes, Lindsay.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Carlin,
Yes.
Peggy. Dee,
Yes.
Amrith,
Yes.
Lois.
Yes.
Did I miss anybody else? That's it. Okay, any members of the public want to comment? Alexa? Okay, correspondence. We don't have any new correspondence, right? No. And I think we've already done the review of the follow-up items. I don't know why that's our choice. All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Aye.